I've been playing this game in bits and pieces for a while now. We've gone through quite a lot of it. So almost all of this stuff is done, I guess, as done as I care to get it. With the exception of Overgrowth, which we've now lost like 3 different attempts, I think. But yeah, this one's been a huge pain. So the plan today is do a farming run so I can clean out the remaining military parts of the tech tree, and then take some more shots at Overgrowth and see how far we can get. The first step is, of course, getting some more resources. Resources very important. There was like a better launch pad somewhere out here. You, large launch pad, get researched. And then we gotta go, find a place to do more things. Preferably a place with thorium. That one's dangerous. I want to find a place that's not dangerous, but has thorium. What's the first thorium place? You're not thorium. Is this the first place you find thorium? Click on all the buttons so I can figure out where the thorium comes from. Because I think I'm going to need thorium if I want to do any of the other niftier techs. So I guess we're going over here. Just to kind of play around and rank up and get some more resources. So, alright, let's do it. Launch. Alright, so first things first. Figure out what I'm doing? I think first things first is get some copper. Get some copper in place, and then start building up for other stuff. So... you can get all of this, right? That's a problem. That's not a problem. What's the best way to do this? Probably like this. Probably something like this. Cool. Yeah, that seems fine. Alright, get some copper. We're gonna want some lead, probably. So I guess let's also spend resources on getting lead. Seems reasonable. And we can start deconstructing random crap and pull out free resources. Seems like a good idea. I like ideas. Oh, we got a bunch of titanium. Nice and close. That's convenient. Where is the sand out here? Aha, we found the sand. There's not that much sand, actually. There's a bunch of ice, but there's not that much sand. That's a little annoying. We got coal, though. And there's like a little bit of water, but also there's ice, so I can just have infinite water whenever I need water. That's not a problem. Cool. Cool and good. Good and cool. Maybe instead of grabbing lead... Oh, that was a mistake. I forgot I don't want to push that button. Well, I just pushed that button. I wonder where the enemies come from. Are they coming from... They're probably not coming from down here, otherwise this stuff would be immediately gone. So I'm going to guess they're coming from out here somewhere. Let's go find out. Here we go. We found our lone new idiot. If it's just one idiot, I'd probably take it out myself. It's probably the easiest way to do this. Thank you. Alright, that unfortunately gives us a lot less buffer time to work with for creating whatever additional solutions we are going to be trying to create. Let's get some power in place. Power is definitely the first step. Power. How much do you need, combustion generator? You need 1 coal every 2 seconds. So 0.5 coal a second. So this is enough to get one of you running. We should start working on graphite before we start working on power? Is that true? Do I believe that to be true? I kind of want to get the mining drill, or the mining robot. Where are you, mining robot? Where are robots? This guy. Drog miner. But again, we need power. Oh, power exists already, right? There's like solar solar... Yeah. I just need to dump these over here. Next to the existing thing. Okay, yeah. That's way easier. Start doing the thing. That's still positive? Dang. Oh, because only 2 of them are connected. But with power nodes, with judicious use of power nodes, yo, Nuke Pulse, how's it going? Thorium reactors, yeah, these are never going to do anything, are they? I think I should probably just rip them apart. Am I actually going to use this? This is a heck of a setup. Welcome Nuke Pulse and friends to some late game Mindustry. How's it going? Alright, well now you have all the power. And now you're draining the power fast. Alright, good enough. What is this? Water extractor. I don't need that to be powered. Alright, you do the thing. We'll worry about the rest of the stuff later. Which means that I can immediately start worrying about graphite. Yay. Black Heart comes? Wow, that's ominous. Thank you? Thank you? Question mark? It is unclear whether thank you. I'll go with probably thank you. I guess we should get defenses set up, maybe. That's probably the next step. How's the grind so far? Okay. I'm pretty deep into the game. At this point, I'm mostly farming to be able to get... how do I get to the tech tree? So this is where I'm at. So you can kind of get a sense of what I'm at and what I've been doing. I want to get the rest of my military upgrades. So we're going to be setting up some launch pads and firing off some materials until I can get the rest of the cannons and the rest of the mechs. Specifically, I'm looking at this Revenant Fighter Factory because that seems like a good time. And then past that, it's Overgrowth. Past that, it's Overgrowth, which is a huge disaster. Overgrowth has killed me numerous times now, which is why I want to finish off this farming before I try it again, in the hopes that better robots will make it easier. But yeah, so that's where I'm at. Now I'm just starting my farming run here in the thorium zone. So we're gonna get some stuff set up, and we're gonna grind up all the materials, grind up all of the resources. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I need to figure out how I want this defended. What if I start with some duos? It seems reasonable, right? Start with duos? Duos are an okay place to start. I have 12 graphite. Fuse is the best AA. Alright. I hear you. Yeah, Fuse is a good gun. I've been pretty happy with Fuse. Anti-air has not been a huge problem for me. But yeah, you're right. Fuse is a good gun. The big problem for me has been bosses. The big problem has been bosses. Eradicators. I think that's what they're called. I don't know. Whatever the disaster boss is that shows up in wave 30 or 35 of Overgrowth and just kills everything. I want that to not happen to me. Yeah, let's just get some duos set up, and then I can worry about additional defenses afterwards. We need routers. We need miners. Ripples with blast silicon. That seems reasonable. I am sure I will figure it out, but thank you. And some defenses, probably. Sure, that seems like a good start. Cool. Alright, that looks like a defense. Eventually we're going to need to provide you guys with power. Actually, since I already have these solar panels up, I should probably take advantage of them. Can I ship directly across here? No, that's not going to work. But there is this mess, so I can just... Large scrap walls? Why are these walls? And once again, it won't directly cross. Alright. But maybe eat all of this, and we can start sending power up this way. Is that free titanium? Did it work? No. Too bad. Too bad. I think that looks connected. And then... Where is it? Mender. Where is the Mender? Here. You. That'll work. And that'll work. Good. Alright. We have a bare bones defense, which means I can go back to starting to get graphite set up. Never did figure out my ratios for graphite, and I probably should. Two coal every 1.5 seconds, so 1.3 coal a second? I think that's 1.3 coal a second. $1.3 coal a second, which means 1, 2, 3, 4 full-strength copper miners. Which means actually 16 things. So that's a better way to think about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Plus 7 is 26. Plus another 7 is 33. Which means if I cover this entire grid, it'll feed 2 graphite things at full strength. That's good. That's very good. The power of math, ladies and gentlemen, assuming that this ends up actually being correct, which is never a guarantee. Let's do this. We need a router. Maybe don't go straight down all the way. There we go. And in theory, this should work. And as long as we're out here, let's start deconstructing the other thing. Oh, we have scrap available. That's convenient. If I wanted to play with scrap, I could. Not a math fan? Alright, I understand. So what were you up to, Nuke Pulse? I'm assuming you were streaming something? Here comes the next wave. It's some idiots. I should probably go over there and make sure that my, bare bones duo defense is actually sufficient. It turns out it's not. Okay, let's improve this, shall we? Best way to improve it, I want them to come down this way is what I want, rather than going through here. So what if additional walls? I don't know if this is a bad idea. But as long as I do it between waves, maybe it'll work. Wave 300 in a modded campaign map. Dang. That sounds rad as hell. Wow, neat. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to be playing much past the base campaign of this game. Although, depending on how many shots it takes to get through Overgrowth, I don't know when that's going to be. But that does sound real interesting. I figure if I get the urge to play more of this game past base campaign, I'm probably better suited just playing Factorio again. But Staloblast, that's the mod? Neat. Very neat. Alright. Graphite is working, so that's thrilling. Miners are doing their thing. That's also thrilling. Maybe it's time for more miners, then. It's always time for more miners, is my, my assumption. Yeah, I don't know when it's not time for more miners. Maybe once you have enough miners. Although, when is enough miners? That's also a good question. I'm willing to believe that the answer is never. Never enough miners. This map is disturbingly light on sand. I don't like that. So my silicon production is going to be hurt. Hurt at best. We gotta get a large launch pad. Can I get plastini? Oh boy. About 8 drones you get on copper and lead. Okay, this seems reasonable. It seems like reasonable numbers. Also pulverizers. Oh, really? Which ones are pulverizers? Wait a minute, what am I looking for here? You're not talking about mass drivers, are you? Oh, these guys. Pulverizers. What do these do? Oh, yeah. If I wanted to do scrap shenanigans. Oh, I get sand out of scrap from pulverizers. That I wasn't aware of. I had forgotten about that. Thank you. God, what else have I forgotten about? It's been a while since I played this game. Well, I'll burn that bridge when I come to it. For now, the next step is... We got graphite. So the next step is silicon, probably? Next step is probably silicon. Although, maybe the next step is more graphite. I'm willing to believe that's true as well. The scrap is a magical resource. You're not wrong. Scrap does a lot of work. This requires water. Fortunately, we're on an ice map. Water is plentiful. This requires a lot more coal? 3 coal to 2 graphite instead of 2 coal to 1 graphite, right? Alright, so it's even more efficient on the coal, in addition to moving a lot faster. That's cool. That's a good thing. We need to start getting power, though. How close am I to just being able to do... Is this the one that generates off of local heat based on location? No. Where's the thermal generator? This is what I was looking for. The one that just gives me power for free. Give me free power. Probably connect this to my original grid. Why are you not connect? Thank you. We should give it at least 1 battery. Or connect it to the other batteries. Oh, right, because it's adjacent. It doesn't need to connect. I forget when that works, because I saw that it wasn't working on other stuff. Alright, now we have power. And more power is going to be easily available if I want to dump more thermal generators. Because we've got, like, a thermal generator spot over here, too. So that's cool. So that's nearby power, which is important. And the next step is turning the graphite presses into multi-presses. Let's get a multi-press out here. More graphite is more better. How much graphite do I have? Not a lot. So maybe the first step is mining more coal? I don't know that that's the first step. That is definitely a step. It just immediately jumps straight to laser drills. It's not unreasonable either. Buildings that consume power won't let the power through to other buildings, but you can layer it with nodes generators to keep the line going. Oh, so if I do like consumer generator, they'll all be linked without using nodes? Neat. Neat. Learn new things every day. Alright, yeah, let's get a multi-press going. That's going to need water. Fortunately, water is easy. And then they're both going to need power. speaking of, what does this power network look like? And then start feeding this. Go out that way. Now we have a multi-press. And this is going to need more coal if I want to get it to actually do anything. So, do I just go straight into laser drills? I probably start getting titanium first, and then we go into laser drills. So, let's put laser drills in the most effective places out here. Really popular setup that creates fuel for itself and makes a lot of power in return. Oh, I've done a little bit of stuff kind of like that with oil or whatever. It's not perfect, but it does things. And mostly I'm more interested in building my own solutions than looking them up. But thank you. So, yeah, let's get titanium. Let's get titanium. Once I have titanium, things start looking easier, I think. And you're gonna need water. How much water do I get? You can feed spores to steamers directly, by the way. You don't need coal. Did I know that? Huh. One spore pod or one coal. But doesn't... What's the ratio on spore pods to coal, though? Oh, or oil. What am I doing with oil? I'm converting oil to coal? Yes. Oh, so a spore pod is basically 2 coal. However, that also requires additional power usage. So if you just want to feed the spores directly, that cuts out a big chunk of the intermediate stuff, but is slightly less efficient for how much power you're producing per spore? Unless the power of the intermediate process is higher. And I haven't done that math. Okay. Cool. More food for thought. Alright, you need 4.8 water per second. And water extractors are going to produce 7.8, except on snow, it's 180 times that, so it's not 16, it's like 14? No, 14 is still high. It's like 13? Let's assume it's 12. Which means that one of these can, in fact, feed 2 laser drills. Well, that's convenient. In that case, let's just stick this here for the obvious upcoming second laser drill. And of course, you all need power. Hello? Am I out of graphite? Is that the problem? Disaster. Let's get you directly down to here. Pump speed 14 per second. Okay. Wow, that's actually really good. There's another wave. Let's see if my defenses hold up. Oh, good. The idiots are being redirected down here, which is exactly what I wanted. Well, if that's working for now, then great. And this is easy to flesh out. So let's do that. And I probably want to tack on another mender. This one is covering that area, so we need these covered also. Which means one more power node. And I think these also need a mender, yes? Yeah, that would seem to be the case. That's a little harder to get to under these current circumstances. Maybe I just leave it as is. Also, where's the annihilation point here? All right. I can work with this. I can work with this. This is fine. This is probably fine. And if enemies are going to be coming this way, it sounds like they're going to be mostly focused on shooting down here anyway. So maybe I can afford to route some power up here in order to get a mender in place? Maybe? It's a mystery. Something to potentially work on. Eventually. Doing way good on power. Love to see it. I think the answer is ignore for now. Alright, you are doing work. Although you could stand to get a little bit more. If we need more titanium, we could get more titanium. And we definitely need more graphite. So let's get some more coal in there. Coal! Gonna need some power for these bad boys. Do I have metaglass on me? Can I actually make pipes right now? I have 90 metaglass somehow. Probably drained it from taking other stuff apart. That's convenient. So in that case, let's just do double drill. See if this is a bad idea. How am I getting water to this? Alright, thanks Nuke Pulse. Thanks for hanging out. And thank you for the raid. Is this how I want to do this? Is this really how I want to do this? I don't know how I want to do this. I think I do like this. Yeah, this seems fine. Seems like a relevant amount of coal. And then you need water, so let's get you water. We've already determined that one of these can feed 2 laser drills, so let's have you feed both laser drills. .3 water. Nice. That's a lot of water. Oh, because ice is better than snow. Ah. Yeah, sure. Alright. Is this an unreasonable amount of coal? Or is this a reasonable amount of coal? This is not actually reasonable because okay, we need to do this slightly differently. I think each of these needs its own belt. Fair point. There is, in fact, a node in the way. Let's do this a little bit differently again. Let's see if this works. This is looking like it's working for now. One of these belts can do 4.5 thing per second, I think. And now you are sufficiently loaded? Maybe? Finally? Oh yeah, look at that graphite output. That's beautiful. Keep it coming. Keep on doing the thing. You look like you are just barely getting appropriately fed. Cool. Cool. We can work with that. That's good enough for now. Alright. Graphite is covered. Which means the next step is... What is the next step? Silicon. Silicon is the next step. Silicon is the next step. How do I do silicon? Silicon smelters. I'm gonna need sand for this. And as we have learned, kind of short on things. Can I stick a pulverizer, like, just on? Oh, right, pulverizers are tiny. That's interesting. And you can take a sand every 0.67 seconds, so 1.5, you're producing 1.5 sand a second. 1.5 sand a second, and eating 1.5 scrap a second. Okay, that's information I can work with. And then we're also going to need coal. Coal. I believe I know where coal comes from. And then what's the plan on the silicon smelters? Normally we have a blueprint for this, right? This bad boy over here. But that only works if I have direct access to sand, which I also do. So maybe I just do it that way. You're producing a lot. You're producing lots of coal per second. It's kind of beautiful. So is this also going to produce lots of coal per second? If so, glorious. And that means I could probably set up 2 of these bad boys. And then these things are going to need to output. So, how are they going to output? Conveyor? Where's junction? That's what I'm looking for. And then more junctions. Junctions make things a lot easier. Call that silicon. Am I running out of graphite again? I think I'm finally actually getting graphite input. Power. Ah ha ha. Haha, haha, power. Yes, of course. Good. And how much coal are you outputting? Yep. That's enough for both of these. Great. How are we doing out here? We appear to have dealt with all of the attack. Good. Happy to hear it. I should probably set up some anti-air over here, as long as I'm thinking about attacks. We are still pretty far away from getting a fuse, so let's get some scatters. Do I have lead? Somewhere out here should be... Aha. Get a bay of scatters out here. And just some lead mining. And then this can send the lead to our scatters, which exist up here in some capacity. And that... Call that a start. Call that a start. Good enough for now. Great. Great. And silicon is flowing! Silicon is in fact flowing. Beautiful. And coal is even slightly backed up, which is even more beautiful. This bad boy's also working at full capacity. Even better. Great. Progress. What is the next step then? Next step is metaglass. Next step is metaglass. And then a launch pad, probably. Do I even need metaglass production? Mysterious. I might as well, right? Like, why not? And we could do that over here with the scrap miners. This song is so good. Alright, how much scrap is this? Is that enough to feed multiple things? I think that's enough to feed multiple things. Probably. I don't actually know what my resources are for the kiln, right? Like, if I just make a kiln, 1x kiln, how much does this... This needs 2 lead and 2 sand per second. 2 sand per second. Oh boy. And we have determined that 1 pulverizer is 1.5 sand per second. So we need 2 pulverizers for a single kiln. Or 4 pulverizers for 3 kilns. Well, let's see if I can feed 4 pulverizers. Maybe I can make that happen. I don't actually know how much I'm producing out here. But as long as each of these are producing at least 3, and if fed by water, they definitely will, that's enough to get 2 pulverizers going. Which, thrilling. You're gonna need water for all of these things. Alright, that's water for all of these things. I don't know how much lead this is. But now we can go 1, 2, 3, 4 for pulverizers. Pulverizer, 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 pulverizer. And if I feed all of this into a distributor, this now has sufficient sand for 3 kilns. Which means we can do this into 1, 2, 3? Is that how I want to do this? How am I going to feed these things with lead, though, is the next question. This seems like a problematic amount of lead required. I don't think I'm going to get that much lead out of just this. How much did I need again? It's the same, right? Same as the sand requirements? Where are you? Yeah. So I'm going to need 6 lead a second. This is not going to be 6 lead a second. Alright, this is maybe a little aggressive. But it works. Which is exciting. This weird, like, octopus setup. A little aggressive isn't aggressive enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hard to argue. Alright. Then I can stack up another... Alright. I think I have an idea as to how I want to do this, then. This is neat, but I'm going to need to pull more lead from down here in order to make this work. So... do this slightly differently. No, I still have to do it that same way. That's still correct. Pulverizers. These are going to feed a single distributor. That's still correct. And can be done in this particular way. And then we're going to get lead out of here. And another laser drill down here. We'll stick this here in case I want a second laser drill. Let's make sure y'all are getting power. And then we also need power coming out this way. Cool. Alright, so now, let's head down here. Great. And this is going to be feeding 3 kilns. As is this. So let's get the kilns. Kiln. 1, 2, 3. And we have 1, 2, 3. One. We're gonna need some junctions, aren't we? 2, 3. I think is how this is going to work. And that should be a ridiculous amount of metaglass. Sure. I don't know if this is actually... Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this thing? Don't be like that. This is open. I don't need to mess around with anything over here. We can just go out this way. Cool. This is going to need titanium. This is actually going to need to be titanium all the way down. Cool. Good. Good. And my defenses handled this particular problem perfectly. Happy to hear it. This wall is starting to be a little punished. So, should fix that problem also. I like this. This is a respectable amount of metaglass. I don't usually have respectable amounts of metaglass. I usually have garbage amounts of metaglass. So this feels real good. How am I on power now that I'm draining power sufficiently? Oh, we're negative! Hooray! Let's set up more power before I start doing something else. Some other disaster. More thermal generators. Is that a sufficiency of generators? We are now very positive. Hooray! You love to see it. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Alright, so how am I fixing this problem? I want this big tree to not be here. You're in the way. Hello, Renz. Welcome to the stream. How am I doing this? I probably need to use a large power node in order to make this work. Because I want to get power out here, but I also don't want it to be in trouble. Large power nodes are still not sufficiently large enough. Ah, who can give you some tips? Okay. You just got it. Well, what part of the game appeals to you? My focus on this game, coming from someone who has played a lot of Factorio and a lot of tower defense games, has been on getting like resource chains up and running first and foremost. You like the factory part of it? Okay, so it sounds like you're in kind of the same boat as I am. I've been playing a lot with trying to get like the ratios down for some of the different resource chains moving from one thing to the next, and that's been a lot of fun, just like the logistics puzzle of the game, with the tower defense part of it is sort of secondary. So maybe that's the way that you want to play as well. But it's, perfectly okay for everybody to have kind of their own focus on what makes the game fun for them. Yeah, I am, the way I'm playing this game, I'm spending a lot of time paused, and a lot of time kind of doing math and figuring out ratios and trying to put together, like, cool and efficient blueprints and stuff like that. In terms of tips, there's definitely some guns that are sort of more effective and less effective. I think a lot of it is just going to be figuring out what you like, what works for you. Because until you get to some of the later levels, it kind of doesn't matter what you do on the defense side. So yeah, you only have the copper gun now. It's fair. It'll get better. It'll get better. I personally have most of the stuff unlocked, not all of it. But one of the things that I aimed for earlier on was hail, because the range on the hail is absurd. And that's been a lot of fun. Playing with stuff that just shoots from all the way across the screen is great. So I think your primary focus should be just getting resources. Because once you have resources, you can unlock better techs. So, figure out what you need in order to get the next tier of resource, whatever it is you're working on. Get that, and then use that to unlock the next one. And that seems like a good place to start, is just getting the resources doing the thing that you want them to. That was definitely my focus earlier on. I think my defense suffered as a result of it. You definitely don't want to, like, actually lose a map, right? So the other thing I would want to focus on... Actually, let me show you the tech tree. So if you're looking for specific direction. I would recommend trying to get a launch pad sooner rather than later. So even if you lose a map, you can still get some resources out of it by having launched those resources already. Other than that, you probably want to focus on this part of the tree over here, which is all of the different types of resources. So once you have graphite, you can then work into better drills. You can start working on making other kinds of resources like silicon, etc., etc. And this is how you kind of level up your resource type of production. And then there's, like, this is logistics out here. These are all of the turrets, all of the defense options. Yeah, these two are the defense options. There's logistics and stuff out here, which is all like the resource transport stuff. And then out here is sort of more esoteric stuff, as well as mech creation and utility stuff. You need to do something real quick. All right, fair enough. Do your own thing. But yeah, I would focus on trying to get the different kinds of resources together. And then once you've done that, thank you for the follow, by the way. Once you've done that, everything else, I think, comes together a little cleaner. And then it's more a matter of, like, what you find interesting, what you find fun. Alright, so we've got graphite, we've got silicon. We're gonna need more silicon. This is not enough silicon. There's never enough silicon. And we've got metaglass now. But that was the thing you needed to do? Alright, I respect it. I respect it. probably good on titanium. Good on titanium? Eventually good on titanium. Eventually good on graphite too, but not yet. We're burning through this graphite as quick as we're making it. God. Is this actually backed up over here? My graphite press? It's kind of backed up. It's mostly moving. Alright, alright. You can do whatever you want. If it starts to get on my nerves, we might have a discussion. I personally will try to avoid swearing. But like in the chat, whatever. That's not something I'm going to be policing very hard. Do I need to ramp up silicon again now? Probably. Probably. Alright. In that case, how am I handling more silicon? Also, how am I handling larger launch pad? Where was the other launch pad? Here? Here. Plastanium. Oh, okay. There's some streamers who don't want to... Yeah, no worries. Like it's no, you know, it's no skin off my back if people are swearing in the chat. Like that's not a big deal. That doesn't feel like a big deal to me. Maybe the real answer is mechs. Maybe mechs is the answer. Oh, spirit repair drone is probably the answer. That'll solve some of my problem. Never use swearing against someone unless they're being addicted. Okay, fair enough. Okay, additional silicon. That's gonna need additional coal. Which means it might be time for an air blast drill, except for the fact that I have no thorium. So it's not time for an air blast drill. Too bad. That is not a lot of coal. How much coal am I getting out of here? This is getting me 3.23. Off of 1.26. And that's half that. So I should be getting like 1.6 coal out of that if appropriately fed. Which is enough for one more of these. Alright, I'll take it. Liquid router. Conduit. Coal out to here. Another one of these silicon generator things, because that's fun. It can be. It can be if you want it to. There's definitely, like, a fair amount of people, like, you can also just play the game with overkill, because there's no limit to the resources you're producing. How do you make local server? I have no idea. I haven't played multiplayer at all. It's not hard to just play the game with enough, as opposed to trying to tool the ratios exactly, because you never need to worry about limited resources coming out of a thing. So as long as... So, yeah. Like, you can kind of go either way on that. Personally, I like math, so... That is my approach to it. What do we have? Whoa, we have drills up here. Yo, we got drills? Pre-created drills. What am I going to do with these pre-created drills? Anything? What do hails run on? A variety of resources I am not producing over here. Unfortunate. That's a plus? Alright, fair enough. I mean, it's definitely something that I enjoy, which is why I have, you know, the things that I have here, right? Like, this thing is making 6 sand a second for things that need 6 sand a second. This thing is making silicon and requires 1.5 coal a second. This thing is making powers and requires 1.33 coal a second. We do indeed got drills. This map is one of the interesting ones because it has some pre-set up infrastructure in place. This is one of the later maps. Yeah, I think it's the first map where you find thorium. So it has, like, some setup already in place when you start, if you want to just use the existing infra for thorium. I usually don't, because, well, frankly, they do it wrong. They do it wrong, so they can't be trusted. But it is already in place if you just want to use it instead of making your own. What am I doing? What am I working on? We wanted to get silicon. Okay. Silicon is now happening. That's good. That's also with the first map. Yeah, there's some infrastructure in place on most of the maps, I think. Depends on the map, right? So some of the maps more so, some of the maps less so. But usually there's, like, a couple of cannons or a couple of miners or a couple of, like, random containers or whatever that you can use or dismantle depending on how you feel. As the mood strikes you. Surge tower? What the hell is a surge tower? Do I even know what this is? It's not a gun, is it? It's a power thing? Hold on. Surge. S-U-R-G-E. Is this a thing I know exists? Apparently not. Overdrive projector. It's probably deeper into the tree then. Oh no. There exist things that we don't understand. Danger. It looks like it's supposed to be a power relay? If so, that's great. Because that's huge. I might have to dig into the tree then. I mean, the whole point of the farming run I'm doing right now is to get enough resources to finish off the tree. Which means we need to get the goddamn launcher set up so we can start doing that. Which reminds me, what am I working on? I wanted to get, I think the first step is going to be more silicon. And then we can start doing surge alloy, I guess? But also a million other things. So let's start with a launch pad and start feeding it silicon. Do I want to feed it from this existing silicon production? How much silicon do you produce, actually? 1.5 silicon a second. Oh, so exactly 4.5. Which is exactly... Oh, no. This conveyor cannot actually handle that much silicon. Well, you know, it's a... There's a certain degree of error there, right? It's 1 million, give or take. Roughly 1 million. Maybe instead of doing this thing, I just send this silicon straight into the launch pad. And then I don't have to worry about this conveyor getting overloaded. Where am I putting this launch pad? I guess it depends on what I'm trying to launch, doesn't it? Right now, the answer is silicon. So I guess we'll put it next to the silicon. It's not like it hurts that much. Huge fan of puns and dad jokes? Oh no. Well, you're either going to fit right in or be a problem. And I don't know which yet. Alright, that seems like a good start. Let's start doing the thing. And you should be a little... Yeah, you are positive on coal. Okay, good. Good. Next step. What is my next step? What is my next resource? Plastanium? Define fit right in and a problem. No. Oil. Oil and titanium. Oil. Oil? Oil. Oil. Affinity's shale. Oh, I see. Is that the affinity? No. What is shale? Maybe there is no shale. I think there is no shale on this map. Okay, that's fine. This needs sand and water in order to produce oil. I see. Okay. Well, we'll have to make that work. Illegal? That's atrocious. Thank you. Thank you for that. What was I doing? Plastanium. I was gonna do plastanium. But this needs thorium? Oil needs thorium. So let's get thorium. Thorium is good. Oh, I see you've taken it as a challenge. Alright. Well, if you're gonna try and be distracting... We have the drills in place. Should probably just take advantage of the drills. No, because they're horrifically inefficient. These are bad drills. We can do better. That should do it. And of course, you're going to need water. Not only awful jokes, but just straight up reposting awful jokes. I'm on to you. And then this can just go out into the world. Actually, we could just put it down here. It's maybe a little easier. Be at the other edge of the thorium. They're funny, are they? They have their moments. Some of them are funny. We need piping here. And then we need conveyor belts. Good, so don't complain. Wow, aggressive. What am I doing with this? Where are we going? Trying to find our way back to base. Oh. I can't go over the water. Did you know? Can wrap around the sand, I guess. That should be good. Oh, that one I've seen before, Renz. Why are you sad, Ravelon? my sympathies. This is messy. This is some awful spaghetti that we're doing over here. I'm not sure I like it. But whatever. This is actually really uncomfortable. I'm gonna do this differently. Let me just come in over here. Oh, I can't come in over here because of all the miners. That's alright. This will work. And then if I have to rearrange this in order to get better access to the sand, I can do so later on. Alright, good. Well, that worked out just fine, didn't it? How's that spirit drone? Did you, end up getting launched? Oh, you need resources! I forgot I need to feed you. What do I need to feed you? You need silicon and lead? This is not a good place for you then, is it? Parasalvos, huh? Am I gonna do silicon production out here? I could. I have the scrap for it. I really have the scrap for it. Silicon and lead, huh? Well, I do in theory have all of the necessary pieces. It's probably better to put it near other silicon and lead sources. So let's do it out here, where I have things. How am I doing this? As a person with power of moderation, we consider a dick move to, when having an argument with someone, time them out because not appropriate for chat, then continue to say how wrong they are after they're no longer able to respond. It sounds like a kind of a dick move. It also depends on what your arguments were. Like, it's hard to say without knowing more about the situation, but on the surface of it, the way you present it, it sounds like a dick move. I mean, I think in general, I didn't miss it, friends. I wouldn't say I missed it. I mean, like, arguing with people from a position of power is always difficult anyway. And then if you're using that power to prevent them from arguing back, that sounds like a dick move, I guess. But, like, I also don't know what their side of the story is, so hard to say. I think the easiest way to do this is to stick it out here. And I can political argument. I think I mean, regardless of what the topic is, if your goal is to shut down that conversation, then yes, you should probably not continue the argument after you have shut down the conversation. Probably. Underflow? Overflow? Underflow. And then another junction over here. Convey there. And I have, frankly, a ridiculous amount of lead over here. So I think what I do is make this go here and have this be a separate output. That feels like it works. You can't make me answer knock-knock jokes on stream! What kind of monster are you? Alright, this is gonna work now. It's a good one? Suspicious. Extremely suspicious. If it's interrupting cow, you are officially banned. Especially because that doesn't even work across text. This is not a lot of silicon here. Alright, Rens. Who's there? We should probably work on beefing up these defenses. Cargo? Thinking about this. Cargo? Cargo who? Cargo Vroom? Cargo Vroom, probably. Alright, what is the cargo? Owl go who, cargo beep beep. Okay, alright, I see where you're going with this. That's good. Yep. This is just barely sufficient, which means it is insufficient. Which means time to get more guns. Let's get some arcs out here. Seems like this is probably a good place for an answer. Made you dislike that mod, you lost the desire to return to that stream, and you like the streamer. The feeling of being disparaged right in front of me, being unable to defend your point of view was just saying. I feel it. I feel it. Alright. This is what I wanted. Thank you, repair drone. I appreciate your work. Where are you going? Is there more to do out here? Oh, you found a gun to repair. How nice. I think I just eat these thorium reactors, so I might as well reclaim some resources. So I think the next step is we now have thorium. So I guess I want to get plastanium going. Let's see how to do plastanium. Plastanium needs titanium and oil. Okay. You don't know what you're missing. Wow. Alright, that one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. Titanium and oil. So actually, I think it's fine. How much sand do you need? You need 1 sand every 1.67 seconds. So that's a little bit more than half a sand a second. Let's call it 0.75 sand a second, because that'll cover it. Oh, freeing up hard drive space is a trial. My sympathies. And this is producing 15 oil a second and consuming 1 sand every 1.67 seconds. Sure. Alright. So... let's start getting that together, I guess. This is titanium. The titanium feeds not the oil extractor, but the plastanium compressor. So we got a plastanium compressor out here, and it wants 2 titanium a second. It's going to get more than 2 titanium a second, and it's going to get exactly 15 oil a second. Interesting. You're putting in a lot of work, Renz. So, I don't have an answer for you. No. I think you're straddling the fence. Last time we touched this was 3 years ago, and it's 50 gigs. Yeah, that's a mood. Alright. Plastanium compressor. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. It's going to need oil. So here is some oil. And the oil is going to need sand and water. So here is some sand. Sand. And this is an appropriate amount of water for both of these. And in theory, this should be phase something or other. Whatever the heck that thing is. You're off? Alright. I will see you around, Ren. Oh, this is going to need power, isn't it? Alright, let's get some power out here for, it's not going to touch it. Plastanium thing needs power? Alright, is this good? It's happening. It's unclear whether or not it's sufficient. How do my guns work? My guns appear to have worked A-okay. Good job, guns. And this is definitely enough to feed another pulverizer. Which means maybe I just want to do this thing again. Best games of all times is Deus Ex and KOTOR 2, actually. 260. 7.8 times 2.6. Math. Go. 8 times 2.6. Let's call it... whatever. Actually do that math. 7.8 times 2.6. This looks much more sane than your current Factorio one. You always do, like, modded Factorio stuff, though. Like, deeply modded Factorio stuff. 7.8 times 2.6. 20. Okay. actually relatively long. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so this actually isn't going to get much more out of it. If I want to drop another oil extractor, it's going to need its own water source. That's fine. It can get its own water source. And then we can do this. Let's get another oil extractor here. Let's feed another pulverizer. All right, maybe start producing thorium, how about? Sit at the top is the way they shaped your world. The ideas they've created became fundamental to your understanding of the world. Oh. Okay. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's always cool when you can look at a work of art and say, this had a huge impact on me. That's like, I feel like that's a really good feeling to have, right? Being able to identify the value that art has had in your life. Alright, this is gonna be a bit. Before I get thorium. Once I get thorium, we can do the thing. What is my next step? We now have plastanium, of all things. So the next step is surge alloy? Phase weave? More silicon so I can launch it so I can do tech? What's my tech doing? We are producing silicon. That's good. The goal is still to get a Revenant Fighter factory, which is 1,000,000 silicon away. So let's make like a big silicon factory. Where is my big silicon factory? I think it's going to be here. I think this is going to be the best I can do. So this is now an amount of coal. And then I can chop up the scrap, to get sand. Oh, yeah, alright. So this is power. This is a power source. It's a power projector, I guess. So if I do like one of these out here, it's not going to do anything. But if I put something else that needs power... build this here and see if it works. Oh, it totally works. Dang, that's huge. That's huge and exciting. Wow. Only to one of them, though? This doesn't work the way I thought it was going to. It looks like it only connects two things, which is fascinating. Ah, okay. I mean, that's not unreasonable in terms of your approach to vanilla. Like, if you're not getting what you want out of it, then don't play it. That's fine. Alright, so this is weird and not exactly what I was looking for. This connects to everything, though. Amnesia, but the mechanics were rough. The mechanics were real rough to play. I'm not sure if Deus Ex also holds up in the same way. Like, if Deus Ex also feels dated, that would be a problem. I'm gonna need 2 pulverizers. Pulverizers taking sand. And then that'll work. We should offset this just a little bit more, so it feels a little better to output directly. And that can output onto the launch pad. Cool, more than 3 a second, which is exactly what I wanted to see. Oh, this needs 2 a second, huh? So we actually need a little bit more. Because this is exactly 1.5 a second, right? How do pulverizers work? Remind me how pulverizers work? Yeah, 1.5 a second. Okay. So I need 3 pulverizers, which this is not quite enough, into a distributor for sand. Here. Distributor. The distributor will go into pulverizers. So now we have 3 pulverizers, feeding yet another distributor. Let's do it slightly angled differently, actually. Why is this so ugly? There's a couple new people hanging out. That's great. If you are new to the stream and you've been having a good time, I would definitely appreciate a follow. That is entirely your choice, though. Don't let me tell you what to do. And I will be back shortly. Thanks for hanging out. This is... We're a little high on coal. Interesting. Does that mean that I want to set up another one of these? I could. I could. In fact, this could probably, between the two of them, feed another pulverizer, which would be enough to get another smelter going? Interesting. We killed them all! Big Zots. Lancer doing real power. But maybe works. Oh, that is in fact problematic. And we have this needs to shift. In what way does this need to shift? I now have this going to heat. Friend water extractor. 1.8 on top of 7.8. Yeah. We're doing math again. 7.8 times 1.8. 1.8. What? 7.8 times 1.8. 14.04. So if it could do 14.04 and is currently doing 9.6, oh, eats 3 sand a second. I don't need to do any of this shenanigans. I can. This positioning is atrocious. This positioning is atrocious. So that distributor should be here. That distributor should be here. So as to not, at long last, good. We finally did it, ladies and gentlemen. We finally reached good. I'll take it. I'll take it. Am I sure that I don't want to redo it again? No, actually. Because now I want to make it prettier. But this works. This finally works. Which is enough. God damn. What a fiasco. Okay. Cool. Cool. My next step is my next... And I don't want to waste silicon on other things while I am waiting for enough silicon. And this is not backing up. This appears to not be backing up. It is filling almost exactly on time, actually. Cool. Other resources. Can we work on other resources? I don't think I am making phase fabric. Is that what this thing is called? Tech tree. Phase fabric. 10 sand. Ladies and gentlemen. That sucks. Maybe more thorium walls is what I'm doing. Maybe duos? I can now build fuses if I want. I probably want fuses. Fuses are huge. Oh, they shoot everything. Yeah, I want fuses. Let's get some fuses out here. Which is still insufficient for a cultivator. No. It's sufficient. Because this is 25 water every 2.3 seconds, right? So 25.2 divided by 2.33, repeating, of course, is 10 water a second. 10.8 water a second. So like 22 water every 2 seconds? 10.8 water a second is... Oh god, what are the numbers? A single water thing to feed 2 cultivators. Right? Just barely not enough. Why? Why can't the numbers work better? Give me better numbers, game. So, ideally, I'd like to be able to do this. But this is, like, just barely not the right amount of numbers. Basically, consistently, 18 oil a second. Which is way more oil than I need. Wow! Thermal pump? What the hell is this? The ultimate pump. Oh. Oh. I think it works. Maybe it doesn't even work. Whatever. Why? Not pretty, but should work. Should work. Probably because the guns are doing things. Am I still negative on power when the guns are not doing things? I am, in fact, still negative on power. Okay, let's fix that. That's fixable. We can take advantage of the rest of this power area. Still not great. Maybe less negative momentarily? Hey! We got to positive. Yahtzee. Alright, is this working now? This is backed up. 20.3. Okay. Oh, interesting. When I pause, the numbers start messing up. Fascinating. This feeds exactly one multipress. Cool. Well then, feed the multipress. And in fact, you're going to want water, aren't you? Not that way. That way's awkward. This way is somehow less awkward? This way is less awkward. Maybe. Alright, that is now a ridiculous amount of graphite. Just an unnecessary amount of graphite. How did this stuff get blown up? Interesting. Hey, Inkling, how's it going? Why did I want this much graphite? Because I wanted hails. Because I wanted hails. What the hell is this one? Because I wanted fuses? Because I wanted fuses, I think is the answer. Let's get a fuse or two out here. That sounds lovely. How many fuses do I want? More fuses? I think I want none of this copper crap, actually. I think all of the copper crap can go away, and we can just make fuses. That sounds fantastic. Considering that all of this is sitting on ice, I could actually, like, liquid cool all of this as well, probably. Might need some AA. That's what the fuses are for. Oh my god, look at him go. What monsters. Alright, all these copper walls go to be replaced with better walls. Oh, I could make them phase fabric walls. Do I want to do that? Deflects most bullets upon impact. That sounds delicious. We're going to start with thorium. I want to put a phase fabric wall up here. Maybe a surge wall. Tell me about surge walls. Builds up charge on bullet contact, releasing it randomly. Less health, though. 2,400. 32. Oh, the thorium wall is the most healthful. Okay. Can't you upgrade walls like in camos? You're probably right. I think you're right. I think I could have. Barely positive on power. Wow. So what am I doing over here now that I have all of this this coal that I'm not doing anything with? I need. Look at this fiasco, though. This is pretty good. This is a pretty good coal creation system. I'm feeling pretty happy about it. So where am I getting sand? Where's my scrap? Anywhere but here, it turns out, is where my scrap is. How much scrap am I just going to be piping over? Is that really the best way to accomplish this? Might be. But the fact that I can just create coal ex nihilum here is pretty fantastic. That makes me happy. So what else am I doing? What's my next step? More better defenses? I feel like this is pretty good for defenses at the moment. Hails is probably the next step. The next step is check my tech tree and see if I can do the research I was looking at. Oh, I can, in fact. I can make Revenant fighters. Cool. Alright, now I can make all of the mechs. All of the little mechs. I can make them all. That's cool. Maybe I should make some mechs. What does a Revenant fighter even look like? Revenant Fighter Factory. What do you need? You need silicon and titanium. Oh. Oh my. Okay. Sure, whatever you say. So how much of this do I want to make a schematic? This part, basically. Except not exactly. Like, I don't want this in there as part of the thing. This is my schematic. Save schematic as 6 coal per second. Yeah, it's about right. With no other requirements necessary. 6 coal per second. Cool. Alright, let's get those conduits back in place. Since since graphite needs water. Alright, how are my defenses holding up now that there's new idiots? Oh. That was an easy wave. What about the next wave? I need a wave that shoots at things so I can see how badly we're doing. We're doing pretty well. That's a lot of damage to this thorium wall. So it might be time to set up... Hold. There's that surge tower. An extremely long-range power node with fewer available connections. Aha. Max connections too. That's what I was looking for. That's interesting. And how do I build one of these? Surge tower? Surge tower requires surge alloy, surprisingly. Alright, let's get some surge alloy. Surge alloy, which comes from an alloy smelter, which requires copper, lead, titanium, and silicon. Ugh. Ugh. Wait, if I go to a separator, copper, lead, titanium, and graphite. Not quite the thing I was looking for. Okay. Copper, lead, titanium, and silicon. Silicon is already a problem. You're gonna tell me I need more silicon? Alright, fine. Let's get more silicon. You having a blizzard snowstorm? Whoa, that sounds atrocious. Oh, this needs to... Hang on. Six coal per second, but it requires ice. Requires ice. Thankfully, this is a place with ice and scrap, and titanium, and lead, and what else did I need to make the thing? copper and lead and titanium and silicon. Okay, yeah, all of those things are here. Great, let's do it here. Okay, more coal production. Hello? What's the button I was looking for? I can rotate left and right, and ZX will swap. And as long as all of it is on ice... Well, as long as the part of it that produces water is on ice, we're good. So this is 6 coal a second. Which, that's not where I want to put it. We need to get scrap into sand to match up with the coal. 6 coal a second into silicon. Each silicon thing is 1.5 coal a second. So we could feed 4 smelters with 6 coal a second. 4 smelters needs 12 sand a second? Oh boy. 12 sand is 1.5 sand per pulverizer. So 2 for 3, so 8 pulverizers. 8 pulverizers worth of sand. Okay. Sure. This is a lot of stuff. Alright, let's go 8 pulverizers worth of sand. You ready to play this game? Is this 8 pulverizers worth of sand? At 1.5 scrap per second? Math! 1.93 times 2... 2.56, I think, is the multiplier. So this is 4.94 scrap. That's the multiplier? Confirm for me that's the multiplier? 2.56. Okay. Yeah. That's 8. Um... 1.71 times 2.56 is 4.3. So that's like 9.1? Which means we need another one of these. So between these 3, that's probably 8 pulverizers. I probably need to do, like, containers and unloaders, don't I? How do I do this? How am I doing this? 3 per. 2. Watch helplessly how that nice complex project is slowly being disassembled in order to solve a problem that can be fixed by toggling 2 valves because some asshole assistant killed you for your spade suit. It sounds like you are trying to play a different game than the other people are trying to play, Ravelon. Which I suspect is going to be your problem. I think this is wrong. I think I've done this wrong. 3. 4 pulverizers is 6. 8 pulverizers is 12. Yes, I do need 8 pulverizers. 8 is a lot of pulverizers. I'm not doing multiplayer, Mr. Foxy. Spending way too much time paused to do multiplayer. But thank you for the follow. It is 8 pulverizers. How does that even work? What am I trying to accomplish again? Silicon. 3 sand a second. Yeah. 1.5 coal a second. That's the difference. I'm feeding 4 smelters, so it is 2 pulverizers per smelter. Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. Yes, it is 2 pulverizers per smelter. Okay. Okay. And then we're doing this thing. To generate a bunch of coal. Excuse me, what happened to the, Oh, I see what happened. I pressed the wrong button. Did I pay for the game? Yes, I bought the game. What kind of question is that? Did you pay for the game? What? What is... Yeah. Alright, if I do this... And then one more laser drill down... here, for example. This collectively is enough scrap. Every roll is a different game. Okay. Wow, that's a lot. Do you have DC? Nah, dude. You could post a link to a picture in chat if you want. That's fine. Oh, Discord. We're calling Discord DC now? Oh man. I don't know about that. Alright, I guess Direct Connect is dead. But Sure. All the cool kids are doing it. Dunno. And this is all of my coal. And we want this to go through a distributor. Distributor here, I guess, sure. And we are powering 4 smelters with this godforsaken mess. So here we go. Let's just do it out here. Give myself a little bit more room to work with. That's not more room to work with. This does not work the way I want it to. Where am I putting this? If I put this out here, is that better? And then we can do all the other stuff here. Okay, sure. So then we'll do smelter. And we'll get the pull. And I have no idea how well this is going to work, but we're going to try it anyway. Where was that distributor? Distributor, go here, I guess? Sure. I kind of love the octopus distributor. It's there. Alright, great. You can't upload it to Imager or something? Like, why is this so difficult? Alright, and then how am I getting this distributed? Oh, that's the actual one. Okay. Cool. Oh. Yeah, alright, I could dig it. You're doing some real work out here. Wow. I don't know what half of this stuff is, but good on ya. What wave are you aiming for? Oh, that's your power production? Okay, cool. Cool. That looks, it does look complicated, doesn't it? Alright, and then we need to get this scrap into these pulverizers in a way that makes sense. So I need a 3 to 8 load balancer. I guess it could be a 6 to 8 load balancer. I don't actually know how much scrap I'm getting out of this. Alright, let's start building this and see what it looks like. It's going to need power. That's not where that goes. I could go here, I guess. Alright. Yeah, I'm doing the campaign. I'm doing some farming runs in order to try to get the rest of my tech tree built out before I go for overgrowth again. Overgrowth has been a trial. Nah, that's cool. Thank you. For the most part, I'm trying to kind of blaze my own way, I guess? Figure out how I want things done by myself without resorting too much to kind of external advice or setups. How? 3.46 for 3.87. Is that enough? Yeah, that's enough. Okay. But it needs to... Ooh, wow. That's actually more than this can contain. Did I not... Don't... It's okay, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Thank you. I'll figure it out. Routers are not good. I need to get it to... I need to go from 3 to 8. It's... Maybe I can just dump it into a container. I don't even know that I have containers. Do I even know how containers work? Here's a good container. Like 4 routers? That's a lot of routers. Would that even do the thing? How big is a container? Container is... I mean, it sounds like a router and a distributor do the same thing, right? Then outputs them in different directions. And a distributor just does the same thing as a router, an advanced router. Okay. Cool. Okay. So... as long as it's getting enough input, something like this would work. This is 3 scrap each. And we are collectively getting 12 scrap here at least. So I just need to make sure it's all getting fed into a thing. But it's also going to output evenly? But I guess it's going to output evenly as much as it can. Right? So maybe I can do it this way and it's not a disaster? I don't know if this is a disaster or not. Let's see if this is a disaster. I don't think it needs the 2, but I kind of want to put it there anyway. Mostly for aesthetic purposes. This isn't quite getting fed enough. Oh, and then these need to output. I forgot about outputs. Okay, cool. Is this enough? Is this good? This is outputting, how much is this outputting? How does this work? What are my numbers? This is outputting 1.5 silicon a second. So I'm outputting 6 silicon a second, which means I need titanium. I need titanium from here on out. Yeah, because these two will be fine on regular, and then here it needs to be titanium. Cool. So we are, in theory, getting 6 silicon a second here. Although that might be a little... That might be a little overestimating. I might be getting slightly under than 6 a second. Need to get to the base? No. No, I don't. That is not what we are doing here. This is going into making surge alloy. Alloy smelters. So then I need 8 lead a second, 4 titanium a second, and 6 copper a second. All should be achievable. 8 lead a second? How achievable is 8 lead a second? How much lead is this? I probably need to do that. Bridge. Where's my bridges? You're a bridge conveyor. Cool. Ugly. Sure. Is that bad? Is that bad? How much was that? 173. Bad at numbers. Should probably double check these numbers. 0.91. 1.45 is 2.3 something. Is 3 something. Times 2.5 something is 7.5? 7.5. 7.5 is fine. How much copper did I need? 6, I said? That's 2.5? 2.5 times 2.5. Maybe they just do that a little differently. That's enough. And then it still needs water. There we go. Have some water. And then we need titanium. I only need 4 titanium a second to make this work, though. So I might even be able to do that off of 1 drill. I will not be able to do that off of 1 drill. That is still 2 drills worth of titanium. Alright, here we go. This should, in theory, be enough resources to power 2 surge alloy smelters. Once again, distributor. Okay. So this can be here, and this can be here. This can be here. Junction. And this can be here. This can be junction. Oh no. Junction. Hotkeys. That seems good. Is that gonna work? That's not gonna work, is it? Because this is gonna try and output into the router. So we're gonna need to put the router here. Alright, bye, Inkling. So that should work. junction. Cool. Now we need to get that back to base. What's the range on a mass driver? I want to do this with mass drivers. Alright, let's power this whole goddamn mess. Get power coming out to here. Do I have power? I don't know. It's a really good question. How am I getting the power to manage all of this? This goddamn disaster. Okay. All right. It's definitely not enough thermal. Okay. How am I producing power now that I've got all of this set up? Yeah, I'm already negative on just this alone. What a problem. Is it time for steam generators? It might be time for steam generators. Yeah, power usually comes second for me. For, you know, reasons. I have no idea how much power this is going to need. Lots, I imagine. I'm currently negative 700 a second. Great! Okay. How did these work? Oh, that needs Pyrotite and Cryofuel. Nope. Maybe 2K? Okay. Um, 2K is not that bad, actually. Once I figure out how I am going to be... Once I figure out how I'm going to be adding power. No, I understood what you meant, yes. 2K in the hole. Well, at least we can do more of these. And that's a start. Maybe get those in place first. Because they are easy. Boy, this was horribly inefficient, wasn't it? To replace that. Horribly inefficient. A little inefficient. Maybe a lot inefficient. I don't know. Whatever. Still negative at the moment. So it's time to start using coal for other purposes. For example, power. We have a bunch of coal down here that I'm not doing anything with yet, so we should probably do something with that. Stop eating them. Stop. Oh, I can just... Nope, I can't. I do have to manually click on everything if I don't want to feed it. Okay. So... Because I'm using the space correctly. An air blast drill is like 3 laser drills? Unbelievable. Why not just build 3 laser drills? I think the plan is actually just 3 laser drills. If I drill... That's all of the coal. How much of that do I need? You're on the Discord server? Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, good. Bot helps out. Bot is very friendly. Alright, what's my plan? 0.6 coal a second. Ends up being like 1.5 coal a second once it's fed with water. And this thing is 1.3 coal a second. Sure, that'll work. And as long as that's on snow, I think that's enough to feed this also. Let's see if that works, actually. I mean, it's going to need to be connected to power elsewhere. Let's connect it to the grid. And we're positive somehow. Hooray. Probably because I'm not actually doing anything with half of this stuff. Yeah, there's no way we stay positive once this is all built. Not even a little bit. You feed this guy. Yes, that's correct. Still positive currently? What the hell? What am I even doing? Wow, how lucky. Amazing. Need more power? Not yet. Oh, yeah, a little bit. Need a little bit more power. Good. And this is, in fact, going to get backed up a little bit here. That's fine. It's just, oh yeah, 1.6, cool. $1.11, so like 2.7 once fed. Which I can also grab you like this? No. Wow, I was pretty close with my Bare bones math. All right. So the extra coal from here is going to be about 1.5. Oh, which is enough to feed another one of these. Great. And we are now positive. Good. Whee! Look at it go! Unreasonable. Okay, and then both of these should be going full tilt. Which is particularly pleasing. Good. Extremely good. Where am I with my tech tree? Can I press more buttons yet? I need more silicon, and more surge alloy. And more phase fabric. Yeah, I've played a fair amount of Factorio. I haven't gone back to it since release, and that's a thing that I want to do. At some point. I don't know when, but some point. I've been playing a lot of RimWorld lately, and that's taken up a lot of my time. RimWorld is a fantastic game as well. Alright, now I should be able to build that goddamn surge tower. Surge tower. Where are you? Here we go. I have not played Satisfactory, but I kind of don't see the point. Yeah, I know. It doesn't need more than 2 connections. I just wanted to get power over here without running, like, actual power network along the side here. Oh. Cool. Alright, this is good. Alita? When did we switch topics into movies? Go fuses, dang. I did not see the Battle Angel Alita movie. Alright, do I just let things go now, or are we finally there? You like it a lot? Alright. It's fair. It seems like a thing that people liked. I lost. This is a problem here. Why did this happen to me? Clearly, we need more walls. I think that was because anti-air. Because an air attack happened. Not because walls. Maybe I just need more menders. I still need hails out here. Hails will help also. What else is going on out here? Send more enemies. Good. Enemies with guns. How well do my defenses fare against enemies with guns? Not well. Isn't there a kind of robot that can rebuild the things that broke? Construction drones. Is that what this robot does? This just rebuilds things, right? Cool. I want one of these then. What does it need to... Silicon, lead, and titanium. Oh, well, I know where silicon, lead, and titanium are coming from. We have excess of those over here. Let's get an underflow gate. A few. Underflow gate. Many underflow gates. Titanium. Silicon, titanium, lead. The lead and the titanium are on opposite sides. This is a disaster. 3 points of the triangle. No matter where I go, it's going to be ugly. Which is the least ugly? That's a good question. I can actually just split off the distributor for the lead. Okay, then we'll do it over here. Hello? Does this not work? That works. Good. Where are you, Phantom Builder? Here. I need overflow. And then I guess I also need a junction because don't do that thing. And then it needs silicon. Here I think we underflow just to make sure I get the silicon. It is getting what it needs. Good. And power is fine. Excellent. Wow, the wall didn't even get blown up? Or maybe there was also a wall there that got blown up? 67? Jesus Christ. That's... That's a lot of drones! My dude, that is a lot of drones. I'm not sure if you're aware, but that is a lot of drones. I need a bigger wall here, is what I need. Really? That's the best I can do? Unfortunate. Alright, if that's the best I can do, that's the best I can do. Get those arcs back in there. Let's see if this ends up working. But I don't think every wave is going to have big guns like that. So for now, it should be fine. It's like if it's light waves in between with the heavy waves, then I have time to rebuild. I mean, I still need more defense than I have. But this is okay for now. Did it fight a Titan? Not here. Not on this map. I've lost to some things. I played on Overgrowth and lost a lot. That was unfortunate. I love mass drivers, dude. Look at this thing. Look at it go. Just bam. I love it. I love it. It's so good. It's so absurd. Like, look at the recoil on this thing. And the screen shake. It's so satisfying. Alright, what is my next step? Do I even have a next step? Am I just good waiting on things now? That seems unreasonable. There's gotta be better things for me to be doing with my life right now. I'm making all the kinds of resources. I guess I could be making, like, cryo fluid or something? Doing slag shenanigans? I don't... I think I just allow time to progress and see what happens. Which means I should definitely be trying to get my defenses better set up. If I'm not doing anything else, we should work on better defenses. That's a lot of enemies. Fascinating. It's a lot of way to go. Yeah, let's get some hails up here. So that means I need to find my scrap production. What is, alright, what is this picture? Nice. Nice. Means I need to find my scrap production because I need to start sending silicon out here. I guess if I have silicon overflow from here, I could send it out that way, and that's probably the best way to do it. Since we already have the production. Alright, what am I doing with this? Where are we going? Going out here. Please enjoy miles of silicon. Where am I putting my hails? I mean, I guess anywhere, right? Everybody loves hails. Any amount of hails. In any amount of locations. Could just be hails like this. I think I want to rearrange my graphite then, if that's how I'm doing this. And then we can put routers here. And at least one mender attached to the whole mess. Extremely durable defensive block. Oh, it really is. It's extra durable. I feel like small blocks are not worth it. Small blocks probably generally just aren't worth it. I clicked up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I saw the cat. I saw the cat. Everything is okay. Calm. Calm. Enhance your calm, citizen. What are we doing? How am I getting the silicon up here? Focus on logistics, okay? Logistics are important. Whee! I like junction blocks. You're fine. Just, you know, relax. What if I... Alright, and then here comes some amount of silicon. Good. Feels correct. Oh, big guns. But everything is fine. Everything is fine, and all manner of things are fine. Good. What did you just repair over here? What did you find over here that needed repairing? Wow. Drones. Okay. Okay. Alright. So where am I on tech? What am I still looking to get? If I wanted these things, and I'm not sure that I do, I might want this thing. Like, working off thorium is pretty good. 180 power a second is pretty good? Maybe good? I guess if I wanted thorium, I should probably be using this thing and generating ridiculous amounts of power. But that needs cryofluid. Cryofluid is water with titanium mixed into it? Sorry for the spam, you should be. Do I want to get this stuff? I don't even know if I want to get this stuff. I want to get guns. That's what I want. Silicon and surge alloy, plastanium and surge alloy. All right. We need to start sending surge alloy up to market. Oh, that's a lot of surge alloy. But it's a massive laser cannon. It's a massive laser cannon. Oh! Oh! Look at these numbers. Look at these numbers. Mr. Fox, did you see these numbers? That's a big numbers. That's an extremely big numbers. That's a lot of power. Oh boy. This is a weapon. Look at the fire rate on the cryofluid. Jesus Christ. Oh god, I want one. I want one. Alright. I think that means I need to set up more surge alloy production. That means I need to do this again. This thing that we're doing here, I need another one of these. Alright. Alright. That can be a thing we do. That's fine. Well, not if you give it cryofluid. Then it shoots 2.3 times per second. It's like 3 seconds to reload. It's maybe still worth it. It's a big hit. It's a lot of damage. Assuming it gets the fire. What was the range on it? Is the range on it garbage? I hope the range on it isn't garbage. 23 blocks. How many blocks is 23 blocks? Where's the hail? Hail's range. Oh, it's just barely less range than the hail? Oh, it's amazing. Cool. Apparently, it's amazing. I was unaware. That's exciting. Massive dual-barreled cannon. Wow, this one's also amazing. I could just dump thorium into it. Absolutely. Large armor-piercing bullets at air and ground targets. What's appealing? How much damage is it? 65 damage. Okay. 10 shots a second. Sure, let's get that thing. What do I need to get that thing? Plastanium and Surge Alloy. Alright, alright. More Plastanium, I guess, is the answer. I'm sitting on like 2k Plastanium. So not quite enough if I were to launch. And definitely not enough for the meltdown. Too bad. Also, I need a bunch more Surge Alloy, it turns out. Alright, we just need more Surge Alloy. Time to do this thing again. Where? Where on this map am I going to produce enough resources to do this again? I guess I have coal production. Now I just need copper, lead, and titanium. There's some more titanium here. Copper, lead. Will this work? This will probably work. I guess lead is everywhere, right? And copper is everywhere. Titanium is not everywhere. Titanium is in sufficient places, though. Okay. And we have scrap over here to turn... Okay, yeah, we can just do it here. That's great. How much coal am I making is the real question. Maybe this is actually air blast drill territory. .42, 2.21, 2.5 times 2.5 is like 5.25? Not quite 6 coal a second. Darksiders was a good game. Well, Darksiders had its good points. How is this conveyor damaged? What was even shooting? I'll enjoy Darksiders 2 more. Okay. I can respect that opinion. And I am positive on power. I'm barely positive on power. All right, this can be the place for more Surge Alloy. Let's do another hit of Surge Alloy. Can this feed it? 10.8. 10.8, so it needs to be around like 15.2, 15.4 to feed this. And it is 7.8 times 1.8. 7.8 times 1.8 is 14. Nope, so it can't. But this one can. If that's how I want to do it. Whatever, just build another one. No problems. And this leaves room for another drill if I want to put another drill there. Okay, this is like 3 coal a second. And 1 drill here will definitely be enough. With 2 pulverizers. Router? Router. Smelter. Do I do just 1 smelter? I think I need 2 smelters in order to feed one of these alloy things, right? Have I played Terratech? That doesn't sound familiar, no. This is outputting 3.6 a second. Okay, so this is outputting enough for 2 smelters. And this is outputting... I'd need a second one of these. Okay. Second one of those is doable. Let's do router. Router junction here. Router again. Okay, so this now is enough silicon. I don't know if this is enough copper, but I'm going to pretend it's enough copper. Likewise, I don't know if this is enough lead, but I'm going to pretend it's enough lead. And then titanium. Same deal. It's definitely not enough room for more than 1 alloy smelter, but we can put down at least the 1 alloy smelter. And that can honestly feed straight into a launch pad, and I don't feel bad about it even remotely. What is going on here? Ah, I see what's going on here. Oh, that's the problem. Same deal here. To a second. That's what I was looking for. How the enemy's looking? Oh, we did it. Next launch opportunity at 45. Noted. Cool. We did it. We made more Surge Alloy. Now what? And it's actually backing up? That's interesting. It's backing up on all of the branches. Which means I probably don't have enough to support a full second smelter. But, like, I could do partial production on a second smelter. Interesting. Should I? I mean, I can. So I guess that means I should. Alright, if I'm going to set up more than one of these, I definitely need to rearrange this so it's less garbage. Okay. Let's do so. Is that how I want to do this? Not exactly. Alright. Yes. This is how I want to do it. Okay, cool. And then I can do it, I can do the next bit as follows. Because it's all going to work with overflow gates. 1, 2, 3. Junctions. This almost works. This is almost what I want. Because it still needs lead. So this is awkward. This needs to be like one higher up in order to work. I guess it doesn't need to be. I can do this. That can be a junction. Just said that can be a junction. And this can still just feed directly into here. This still wants an overflow gate, is the problem. This is not quite good. What if I just do it with a rudder? Is that bad? It's probably bad. That probably only works if I add another one of these. So let's just add another one of these. Whatever. It's fine. Eh! On the subject of inefficiency. Cool. Oh, they need power. Oh, they need power. Cool. Start doing work. Making whale faces at me. Alright. Excuse me? What has happened here? Is it pushing back on the overflow gates? That's new. That's not how I expected that to work. I should have expected that's how it would work. Okay, we're doing this slightly differently again. This is going here. This is how this works. I have no idea what I did wrong now. Whatever. Alright, delete it all. Try again. Work? Working. You're not getting... Hello? Why are you not... Because it's, again, pushing the... Why do I let this do it? Why do I do this to myself? This is such a problem. Okay. New plan. The new plan involves bridges. I don't know why the old plan didn't involve bridges. But the new plan definitely involves bridges. Where the hell are bridges? There you are. Alright, now everything works? Now everything works, although I am negative on power again. Power! How to create power. Probably with the same thing I've been doing. Hey, Cryptomancer, how's it going? Welcome. barely positive. There's that level up. Alright, nice. Alright. I'll have to think up a suitable reward for you, Cryptomancer. Oh no, this one stopped working because I'm not getting enough silicon. Okay, well that's actually to be expected. Why is this not working? Because it's not getting liquid because this isn't powered. That would answer that question, wouldn't it? Alright, this can all go. Alright, you both should be running full tilt now. You're pretty much even. You likewise. Okay, good. And this is periodically getting more silicon. Alright, that's about what I expected. Very rarely, but every once in a while. There kind of are, Cryptomancer. You're not wrong. How's combat working? How am I doing with guns? I see what's happening. Alright, alright. Oh, and Builder Drone fixed it for me. Thanks, Builder Drone. Cool. So the problem is, air idiots are coming out to here directly. Which means we want to find a good anti-air gun. For example, a Cyclone. Oh, God. And stick it in this corner. How am I gonna feed this? What does Metaglass take again? Lead and sand? What else can I feed it? Tell me more about Cyclone. It's a good gun. Deserves to be built. I really want to feed it Metaglass, though, don't I? Or Surge Alloy. I'm not feeding it Surge Alloy. Good heavens. Maybe I feed it Blast Compound? I don't know that I've ever made Blast Compound before. How do I make Blast Compound? Pyrite and Spore Pod. Alright. How do I make Pyrite? Coal, lead, and sand. Well, that gets me back to the same problem I had before! If I'm making sand, I might as well just make the Metaglass. Or I could feed it Plastanium or Surge Alloy. All of which are problems. Everything needs sand, except for the Surge Alloy, which I do not have enough of, just generally. Am I making Surge Alloy up here? Crazy with scatter guns? I mean, that also works. There are a lot of options. I just want bigger guns, because I haven't built that many big guns before. And I need practice building bigger guns against the enemies that are going to show up in Overgrowth. Is Ripple air? Ripple does not hit air. Fuse does. Salvo does. Oh, and I could feed you with anything. I could feed you with thorium. Let's make some salvos. Let's pipe some thorium over here and give you salvos. I don't already have thorium coming over here, do I? I do not. Alright, well, it's not that hard. It's coming out to here. That's a little unnecessary. Where am I sending it to here? It's doable. We can do that. And then they're going to need walls. They always need walls. It could be thorium walls. I have a lot of thorium at this point. The range on this, not too impressive. But it's mostly here for anti-air anyway. Sure! And then a mender, because everybody likes menders. Yeah, should be good. Is there a way to overcharge your range? That would be nice. What more utility things exist? There is this overdrive projector. That's just speed. Still short on these guns. I have enough plastanium once I launch now. But nowhere near enough surge alloy. Not enough silicon, and again, not enough surge alloy. Oh, man. The optional material boosts the range of the overdrive projector. Not the range of the buildings, I think. Yes. RTG generator. Never did care too much about vaults. Maybe I should? Doesn't look like it feeds into any new tech, though. I want to get this Spectre. Eventually. Alright, now we should have some defense against air. These duos need to go. We need to be doing better than duos. Feed the mender. Do better at mending. duos out. More salvos, maybe? That's actually not the worst idea. I've had worse ideas. And we can even redirect some of this thorium instead of using more of this copper. This map was hard for you till you unlocked all the tech. This map I haven't had a problem with, and I am now here solely to farm up so that I can get more materials to beat Overgrowth. Overgrowth is the map I've been having trouble with. Yeah, let's do some things. This becomes a junction so that this can become a router, so that this can go this way. And we'll stop doing all of this. And we need routers here. I think y'all are gonna go. There. And we're gonna need another router over here. And alright, feed it copper until it's done with the copper, then you can feed it thorium. We do need another mender out here, though. Okay. Time marches on. Bit more range on these dudes. Able to fight before everything gets destroyed. Well, that almost worked. They didn't get in range of the fuses this time. Oh my god, where are you going? Stop. Which means that they didn't get immediately destroyed. So we still need better anti-air out here. Salt flats, send overflow to a rocket or main hub, maybe. I could. There's not a lot of stuff here that I care about the overflow on. Maybe the silicon. In fact, I definitely care about some of this overflow. I should just... Even if I don't care about it, I should still just be launching it. I might as well. Like, it doesn't hurt. I don't know that I'm going to need most of this stuff. I'm definitely going to need the silicon, though. I need a million silicon. Even if I don't need it, just launch it anyway. What does it hurt? Junction, junction. Overflow, overflow. Overflow. That's not an overflow. This is an over. Oh, that is an overflow. Junction. Oh, it needs power. A lot of capacity on this thing. That's cool. What exactly is the capacity on this thing? 250. Okay, as opposed to 100. Cool. Well, that's helpful. Getting some more silicon out of this. That's good. I wanted to get a fuse out here, I think. I think I just put like a backline fuse to do a little bit more AA. That's a big numbers. Get wrecked, dorks! Slaughtered. Feels good. Alright, this wall... Oh, we were going to try and just build over it, right? We're just going to try and do direct upgrades. Because I think I can just do that and upgrade over it. Yep, good. Did you already see the map Salt Flats? I've done all the maps except Overgrowth. So, yes, I have already done Salt Flats. There are VODs up, actually. If you want to go back and look at my experience with earlier levels, you can search for Mindustry and see what comes up. Ooh, I filled up on Metaglass. My base can no longer store extra Metaglass. Wow. Okay. How much does that matter to me for tech purposes? Not at all. Alright, it could just be full. That's fine. Or I can start sending this Metaglass over as ammo? I did want to build Cyclones, right? Sure. Alright, Metaglass production. You've got a different task now. Let's go. Oh god, how am I going to do this? That's such a long distance to travel. What a hassle. Do I even do it? Do I even do it? Oh, yeah, I could dump it into another mass driver, couldn't I? Power's a little low these days, though. We need to figure out power before I set up another mass driver. Is there any more coal just lying around unmined? Not really. This. Two? 201? We got damage all the way out here? This is a silly place to have damage. Alright, it's time for more scatters. This is ridiculous. Where's my underflows? Scatter around some scatters, I suppose. Power is still negative. No! What have I done wrong? used power, I suppose, is what I've done wrong. How dare I? Thorium Wall surviving. Surge Wall surviving as well. This is the one that keeps taking the hits, though. Maybe make that wall better also. The point of this was still to get Metaglass over here. Still need power. Each of these dumping 2 coal a second. But it is free coal, which can become power, which I think can pay for itself. And I can do this however often I want, as long as ice still exists. And boy howdy, does ice exist on this map. Alright, let's get some power then. And then this needs to be feeding some amount of coal, some amount of coal-based power solutions. So let's stick it in a distributor and start doing coal-based power solutions. For example, these things. This requires 4 coal, which means there's room for 1 more of these. Alright, now we're playing with power, kids. Which means I have no objections to using the aforementioned Yeet Cannon. And then where are you yeeting stuff to? Here. Here. Sure, here. What? No, that's backwards. Here. Does that work? Does it chain like that? Oh, it totally does. Nice. And then this needs an output. 203. Oh no. Oh no. Positioning. This can't actually go here because it's dumb. It can go there. I just need to fix this. And then it can output. How am I outputting you? Where am I putting this cyclone that I want to make? Let's start with one here, shall we? Cool. Cool. Alright. See you around, Mr. Foxy. And this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, this thing that we're doing. Absolutely ridiculous. And it's waiting because they are entirely overfull. Nice. Yo, these walls doing real work. Let's get another one of these out here. We're just closer to the action. Sure. Seems good. Alright, how close am I to being able to afford this? If I launch right now, I can afford it. Good. Put one at the far right AA. I mean, I guess so. There's already the fuse over there, so I think it's fine. Because stuff is coming down here. It's not coming around. Right? Oh no, it's boss time. Oh. It's a big boy. Whoa. I got wrecked. This appears to be a problem, maybe. He's got, like, no health. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. Jesus. Alright, builder drone. Please build things for me. I don't want to remember what everything is. Just build it. Just make it better. Fix my problems. I really want another builder drone now. Yeah, it might be time for more builder drones. This is a lot to fix. Where did I build this? What even does it take? Silicon, lead, and titanium. Oh, I did it here, didn't I? so messy. Everything is so messy. Oh boy. Where are the other enemies? Oh god. Just, you know, around, being disasters. This used to be a mender. Things that I know used to be in specific places. You need power. Now you have it. Repair bot's doing repair bot things. That's good. This is almost completely rebuilt. What is it missing? We're way negative on power because... Oh, all of this got demolished. What a problem. God, I just want to launch now. We got so wrecked by that lich. Alright, back to being positive. That's good. Which means I'm back to, filling in all of the things that need to be filled in. This stuff already got rebuilt. That's nice. Thanks, Builder Drone. Are we back in action? Is that everything? Whew. Okay, that almost worked. That was almost good enough. Which is fascinating. What did we say the Builder Drones needed? Stuff that I, was or was not willing to spend? I think I launch at 45 now. Because I can get this, which is maybe enough to do the thing that I want to do in the next level, the next world, the next area. Anything I want to do in between now? Probably not, actually. Just live that long is what I want to do. Not even a problem, these ground forces. Until another boss shows up, and then I'm mega wrecked again! What did I unlock? Ah, a Reaper. 11,000 health, the Reaper. Hell. Hell. Just go. Not even a problem. Not even touch the surge wall. Alright, let's get out of here. Do I have enough, right? I do have enough, right? If I launch right now, I'll be able to do this. I have the plastanium. I'll have the surge alloy. Okay. I'll at least be able to research this thing. Good. Go. Final rank B-. No kidding. I don't feel like I did very well there, but I accomplished my primary goal, which was get a technology. An technology. That didn't unlock anything new. And I don't think there's anything else I can click on now. Still get this vault, I might as well. I don't even remember what it cost me, probably not a whole lot. We're finally sitting pretty on silicon. Used up a bunch of our titanium storage, but that's okay. And then phase fabric and surge alloy are the real problems. If I want to continue doing any kind of research, it's 1,000,000 surge alloy. 5,000 trillion surge alloy. And then a bunch of other stuff out here, like if I need more titanium, maybe, and plastanium, and surge alloy. Alright. Alright. Well, that's cool. Oh, God. Okay. That was a lot. I did not expect the farming run to take as long as it did. I don't actually feel like I have time to dig into an actual attempt on overgrowth. Maybe I do. Whatever. Let's launch and see how far we get. I probably just lose pretty quickly anyway, right? Alright, let's do things. And by things, I first of all mean copper. Alright, we have copper. What else is on this map? We've got miner drones being built here, if I have the power. Which I will once they actually get their coal. So if this just starts building mining drones for me, that's great. This is power, so I can steal this. Get this into my system. Get connected. This is cute. The 2 drills directly into the graphite press feeding the hail. There's better ways to do it, but that's fine. I don't know what this wave is doing, but it has water. Can I make this work? What does this need? It needs power. Granted. And then enemies, in theory, are going to be coming this way. Would be my expectation. I think I want robots before I want guns, but I'm also going to need guns. But we're definitely going to need robots. And other resources. We're definitely going to need other resources. That's a thing I also have to consider. I have no idea what's going on over here, but that's great. It is mine. It's this stuff that's not mine. And we have the corn. What a setup. Alright, well. Let's get started. Going to need guns. I'm going to need guns. Let's get... Okay, so we have some drones doing the mining for us. That's great. Let's get graphite going. Suspect we actually do have enough coal coming out of here to feed these. So let's find out. I am going to need defenses eventually. Once I figure out where these idiots are going. Yes, they are going this way. Okay, good. Which means they're going to end up around here. Which means I probably build out here. Can you mine thorium? You cannot. I have to laser drill for thorium. Which means we have to ramp up a bit more. Once I have some amount of graphite, we can start getting some titanium from over here. And this can be kind of mediocre for now until I start replacing it with laser drills. But the expectation is I will definitely be replacing this with laser drills sooner rather than later. You're out here. How am I defending this? We have hails here. So maybe we start doing hails out here. Try and catch him as he comes down this way. My guns. Can I repair you? With power. Is one mender enough? We shall see. Cool, get repaired. Alright, this is a good start. Resources. What am I working on now? Silicon? I have some silicon. I have some metaglass lying around. That's cool. No actual production of either. And I need a bunch more titanium and graphite before I can start really get going. Need a bunch more graphite is the problem. So maybe by adding more coal to the mix, I will get more graphite. That would be nice. Did they do it? They kill him? They killed him. Alright, maybe more DACA. And then more mining. Back and forth. An increase in one, followed by an increase in the other. Please do the things. Okay. I want to get laser drills. I really want to get laser drills. I want laser drills. How far away am I? Not that far, actually. And then a water extractor, which is also necessary in order to make sure that the drill does drilly things. And then pull power. Now that we have some amount of coal coming out of here, three coal per second, huh? That's almost enough to build a multipress. Multipress eats 6 coal a second? Confirm, deny? Confirmed? Confirmed. It's still worth it, even if it's only half fed, because it's better rate on the coal. Although it'll take a while to get enough graphite to finish building it. Yo, these guns. Doing work. And it's also going to need water. Oh, unfortunate. How much of this water... There's not even enough room to pipe it out. There's kind of enough room to pipe it out. If I wasn't being dumb, I could have done something a little different. This can definitely just feed. Alright, we're still living over here. That's good. Living is questionable. We need anti-air! We're going to need that thing. Where exactly does anti-air come from? Where do enemies come from? That's the real question. If enemies are coming from over here... Anti-air here? I feel like this is the first place that got attacked. So what is my anti-air options right now? Scatter. Scatter can eat scrap. Lead is better, though. So let's pipe some lead over here. That's doable. This is relatively easy. And now we hopefully have some anti-air in places where that matters. These lancers are never going to do anything unless I wall this off. In which case they might actually do something. In kind of a weird spot. Here come the idiots. The idiot parade. Okay. Next set of things. Is it finally time for robots? Can I build robots? Can't build revenants for a while, but I can build ghoul bombers, which is intriguing. That requires silicon and titanium. Am I making silicon? I'm not yet making silicon. It's probably time to start making silicon. What is the plan for silicon? The plan for silicon... Probably more laser drills is part of the plan. And I can make another multi-press out here, replacing these garbages. So I will. Hale's do an appropriate amount of work, but they're about to get outclassed. So I need to do something else to punch this up a bit. Oh, we found salvos. And we even have thorium over here. So I'm kind of thinking I set up some salvos here with the thorium, because these are still going to be hitting things as they approach. Because I can laser drill. Oh. And then we can set up... That's going to need power. I might just set it up, like, directly adjacent as opposed to, No, I should probably do... like this. And they're going to need walls. I'm out of titanium. They're gonna need menders. I'm very out of titanium. Alright, we need more titanium. Which means it's time to use titanium to get better titanium. Gotta have titanium to make titanium, is the first rule of titanium. So let's get more titanium. How am I doing on power? Negative. Not a lot negative, but like a little negative. So let's see what my quick and dirty solutions to power problems are. The thing I can take advantage of is sand is ubiquitous, and spore presses are going to be exceptionally good here. Cultivators? Cultivators are exceptionally good here. In a couple of places. So that means I have easy sources, potentially easy sources of oil and coal just anywhere. I mean, the first step is still using the coal that's already in place, right? Like, let's not ignore the bounties we have already been given. Can I make it across this wall? I can make it up to here, though. Cool. Back into the positive, that's important. I need to up my titanium production. let's not forget titanium. Titanium improves drastically with laser drills. So let's start getting laser drills out here. It's such a big increase over what I had before. It's pretty silly. Alright, so now we're seeing where the anti-air is coming from, or where the air attacks are coming from, right? They're coming in along this trajectory. Just garbage balls for now. Just so we have something in place. Alright. And with this kind of positioning, Lancers suddenly feel a lot better. Cool. So this is probably good so far. I really need to start making robots. I really need to start making attack bots. Is it time yet? It's time. It's not yet time. Silicon. Silicon. And then it can be time. Where is silicon coming from? This seems like a reasonable place to start doing silicon. What about the heavy missile fighters? Eventually. But, that takes plastanium. That is not in my immediate future. As much as I'd love to get them out there. Yeah, it is not an immediate thing, for sure. Alright, so this is producing some amount of thing. Some amount of coal. Is it not quite 3? Not quite 3. Too bad. But that is silicon production. Nice and quick. Thank you, Blueprints. This isn't perfect, but it is a start. What is happening here? Oh, I see what's happening here. And router. Yes, that is a problem. That can be less of a problem, though. There's the problem. Stop putting coal here! Can't use coal! Coal's not real! Alright, silicon production is real, which means now it is time for robots. Let's get a Ghoul Bomber. Ghoul Bomber requires silicon and titanium. I have both of those here. So this is going to be the start of robots. Yeah, this can be the start of robots. We need underflow gates here. Likewise, junction and underflow to get that started. Alright, good. One robot. There we go. Go! Do work, my friend! I believe in you! Singular robot. Well, that was underwhelming. One at a time. Oh my god. We need more robot. This is an insufficiency of robot. Alright, so let's try second Ghoul Bomber factory. And the way to add... He did damage before he died. Yeah, it's true. The way this works is thusly. Alright. Hopefully this isn't too much. Like, hopefully this doesn't cause me to never gain more silicon or titanium. Really, the next way to deal with this problem is a command post. Which requires more silicon than I have. Alright, good. They are backing up. Excellent. Ideal. Oh god. I was in range. Bad news for me. Okay, so they're coming down this path, right? We are getting decent anti-air over here. That's working out. I kind of want to build this line out a little bit more. Going to need another mender. That should do it. Which means... Okay, what's next? What is next on the list? More robots? More resource production. I'm gonna need more silicon. This is not enough. Of course, getting it into my base is a trial. 1.11. Okay, that should actually feed exactly 2. Silicon? I feel like we could do that here. Feel okay about things. So that means router. And junction. How am I getting this silicon out to my base? Am I? That's the other question, is maybe this goes towards something else. Maybe this goes towards... I don't know. Guns. Hails can eat silicon. Ripples can eat silicon. Shoot clusters of shells at enemies over long range. You are not actually joking when you say long range. So we could definitely set up some BS over here. And just hit them on their way in, right? Where are they first entering range? Here. This feels reasonable. Sure! That's a start. Whoa. Oh. The Suicide Boys are actually, that's interesting. Yeah, that didn't do any damage, did it? I could probably get Ripples in range of these guys, actually. And just deal them with tower pushes. What else am I doing? What's my next step? Bigger guns? How close am I to bigger guns? I need thorium and plastanium before I can get bigger guns. I can, however, pretty easily get a rally point. Rally points are good, because then I can send a bunch of enemies all at once. Well, that is long range, but it's not much damage. Whatever. Every little bit helps. Very out of silicon right now. I think this is probably the easiest way to get this into my system. Power. Power! Oh no. Okay. Okay. Power. I did this thing. This is low on production now. I need better sources of power production, in addition to this thing that I'm doing over here that requires power in order to produce things. How do I get more power into my system without needing power to make it? All we have is coal. And I want to use laser drills for the better coal production. I think I just need to watch power better and not dip so deep. Not put myself so far in the red. Because that'll definitely just kill me every time. Okay, I guess I could steal all of this coal for a little bit. Switch to more efficient light bulbs. I love it. I love it. And have it go into something like this. But this also requires power to get running because it needs water. Can I have you guys disable? I don't want to delete you. I just want you to stop sucking up power. I guess I do that by deleting this. Okay, now that we're positive over here, I can set up additional power. This can definitely feed another one of these, which is nice. It's good to know. What am I low on? What has happened? Silicon. Alright, but we have enough stored up that more silicon can be made. I'll come back for you. I'll come back for you. I'm gonna need more power over here to power this thing, but I'll wait until I have enough silicon in the system. I think I'm going to hold on to these guys and have them not go fight until I get enough silicon back in my system and my power production back up. Power's doing okay. Power's doing better. And then there's like stuff out of the way here that I can also just like, oh, I'm just going to use you for power. I think that's fine. I think that is fine. I think not this one. This. And we still need an extractor for you. this needs to be connected to something else. This is still silicon, isn't it? Rough. All this needs to get connected. Okay, I guess we're going around that way. Yes, okay, and that is enough to feed both of these. Higher than 2.6, that's what I was looking for. So we should be good on power for a while now. But I should still keep an eye on it. And let's assault. Let's attack. Go, my idiots! Accomplish things! That almost worked. Alright! Cease attacking, my idiots! Hang back here for a bit. Maybe accomplish things later. I need more robots. What are the kinds of robots I need? I need meat shields. Let me get some Titan mechs. Titan mechs are good, right? And this just needs silicon? Sure. We can do some silicon here. This can go junction, overflow. Router. Get in there. Jerk! Did I get attacked up here? I saw they came down this way. Where did they, where was the assault started, though? We got a bunch of scrap here. I might as well use it. I'm not expecting this to ever matter, but just in case. This guy took some damage. Okay, so they were up here first. I guess they came up around here? Awful. Is this enough to attack with? Maybe. Building up my silicon, that's good. Can I go get thorium? Where's the thorium? The thorium's over here, and I'm only using it for guns right now. So we should also be taking it home. I see what's happening here. They're going after the Ripple first. But the Ripple doesn't have anti-air. So they're not coming down to the scatters. which means they're coming up to here. Okay. So I need to set up better defense over here. Why does Ripple not have an air attack? Boo. Boo, Ripple. Wave doesn't help. Can Scatter eat Silicon? No. Bombers are such a hassle. Okay, where did my supply lines break? Oh, wow, they actually took out my Ripple. Annoying. Alright. Maybe I just don't rebuild it. Nope. You're not even getting power. Yup. Is there anything else not working? Everything else looks like it's working. Okay, good. Back to rallying. Oh, we actually killed some of them. Nice. Good job. Go idiots. Although I am at wave 28, which means I am not so far away from instant death. I think we have to rebuild the Ripple. Because that'll help. Ranged weapons help immensely. What can Ripples eat? What else eats thorium? Salvos, we know, eat thorium. That's good. Titanium down here. I'm gonna be in such trouble. I need more robots. Maybe airbots are good? Maybe there's like Wraith fighters that are not bombers? Oh, I can build a fortress. Because this requires thorium. And it requires silicon and graphite. Oh, hey, I know where both of those exist. Oh, it needs graphite, not lead. This is lead, not graphite. Where's my graphite? My graphite's all here and here. I can route some of this, though. That's not hard to do. And then we can... Yeah. Yes, good. This is not a lot of graphite production, actually. I forgot that I need anti-air over here if this ripple is still going to be alive. Interesting that this is open. Okay, best way to do that is probably from the coal. Or just build a fuse. Or two. It still needs graphite, though. Okay. How am I on power? Good. Why mess around? Multi-press. Actually, the better way to do this is multi-press here. And then water extractor here where it can feed both. And then we can do... I still want to fuse at the end, I think. So I still want to fuse here, and then we can also do some scatters. Because that's fun. And these things need protection of some kind. That should probably do it. Easy. Alright, but it's not the boss. I guess the boss is wave 35? I'm not doing a very good job of going on the offensive. I'm just barely surviving here. Router here. Actually feed the mender. Seems like not a bad idea either. Right, the fuse is now fed. That's good. I cannot yet build a cyclone. Or a swarmer? What even is this thing? Medium-sized missile turret. Oh. Because it requires ridiculous things. Right, yes, of course, naturally. But I can build a fortress mech, even though I can't build a revenant fighter yet. Did we try this yet? Silicon and graphite? Oh, yes, we did, in fact, build one of these. It's still not receiving graphite? It's receiving little bits of graphite at a time. Because this is an extremely minor graphite production facility. I'm tempted to just duplicate this. It's probably a bad idea. It's still so inefficient. It's a little better, though. Oh, there's the boss. Yep, this is where we die. Scatters can't eat graphite? Ah, hell. Well, rip that plan. I guess that just means I build another... Oh, here he is. Here's the big jerk himself. Yeah, I'm so dead. Oh god, that range. Yeah, I'm so dead. Attack. Oh, he shot me. He saw me. Distraction is go! Oh my god, I can't believe that worked. Distractions are all I have. This is the dumbest thing ever. Glad to hear my people are alive. Mostly. Thorium wall. Bigger and better walls. That was incredibly stupid. Twirling, twirling, twirling towards victory. I love it. I love it. Alright, we need to ramp up our silicon production so that more robots. That seems like an important next step. Making progress over here, that's good. Want to get Revenant Fighters, which means Plastanium. Alright, let's get Plastanium. What the hell is shale? TBH. Nine seconds water. 9 per second. Alright. Well, that's enough water. And that should be enough sand. You are not the first person to provide that feedback, Spiffers. The kind of, it's mostly the power nodes. The power nodes feel very Creeper World. But the rest of it is very different. The rest of it is like Factorio, except more tower defense. Plastanium requires... Where's Plastanium? You. Plastanium compressor. You need oil and titanium. Okay. I think we can get you titanium. Where am I getting you titanium from? Why did I decide to do this here? Boy, I'm really a silly. There's no good places for titanium. I guess I just pipe the oil forever around. I don't have metaglass. I can't pipe oil. I guess we pipe the titanium from here? All the way around? You dumbass. Alright, try this somewhere else. Try this somewhere else. Where can we find ice next to titanium? That's the question. Hopefully somewhere that's not, like, millions of miles away from everything. Here. That's millions of miles away from everything. Perfect. Perfect. Everything is a problem. Alright, let's just grab this titanium and put it over here. That's probably the easiest way to do this. I don't like it. I don't like it. Used up all my thorium building that thing. Boo. I mean, I have power up here. Power is not the problem. It's just forever far away from my actual base in terms of getting the plastanium back into my supply. Like, I could do it up here, and there's power. Is that better? I don't know. I don't think so. Because then I still have to route the plastanium all the way back down to here. As opposed to here, which is like a little closer. It feels a little easier to accomplish, maybe? I don't know. Alright, let's get some titanium. And this titanium isn't that far away, it's just awkward. Alright, here we go. This, in theory, is a complete plastanium production system. .6 per second. Huh? I just need the titanium. Let's go, titanium. Alright, this is enough to attack with. Go attack. Let's see what these idiots accomplish. If anything. My money's on nothing. Where have they been attacking? Oh god. Why would I do that? That's some amount of damage over here. Did my robots march past? My robots marched past and died awful deaths. Which means it's time to return. Again. Hey, Plastanium is happening. Alright, can I do it? Soon. Requires silicon and titanium. Do I have any place where both silicon and titanium are easily obtained? Over here. Along with the rest of the silicon titanium stuff. Excellent. While I am working on this, we can just continue this line. Oh. This needs another router here. And we need to set up some better defense up here. This is ridiculous. What was this? Water, probably. Okay, cool. But, like, how do I get you guys... Like, this is here, and it needs to be here, I think. Can I just rebuild this? Wow, actually right here? Give me a break. Alright, fine. Put the guns next to the miners too, that's fine. Excuse me, what has occurred here? Oh, I forgot the junction next to the other router. Dope. Alright, this is probably a good time to attack. The slow-moving tanky ones waddling behind the fast-moving glass cannons. If you could get it, would you want Chinese food for dinner? Absolutely. The fact that you're asking me this via Twitch chat means I should be checking my phone, doesn't it? There has been a lot of line chatter. Uh-oh. Hang on, guys. I need to be paying attention to a thing. Hold. Hold. Where am I and what am I in the middle of? Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah, alright. The rest of this maybe doesn't matter as much. Okay, cool. Fine. Fine. Are all the guns dead? No. One of the guns is still alive. Several of the guns are still alive. Oh, this is my my missile battery, isn't it? Look at it go. Wow. You just wreck everything, don't you? Oh, we need more of those. We really need more of those. Let's... Are all my melee dead? Or my ground idiots? They're out here doing a combat. Okay, good. Now they're all dead. You know what? This is actually fine. If they're just gonna blow everything up on their own, then go to. Enjoy. Wow. Revenant missiles. Revenant missiles. Absolutely the most important thing I could have possibly done here. I want another one of those. Can I get more of you? Maybe I can get more of them. Difficult to do in this location. They're gonna break the walls? That's fine. They're allowed. If they break those walls, it's not a big deal, because people are just coming down here anyway. And this is where I have all my defense, so it's fine, maybe? It's maybe fine. I should get some of the little idiots, some of the little airborne bombers, to assist. What do you need? Silicon and titanium. Oh my god, everything is silicon and titanium! Jeez. I need a whole separate, like, silicon titanium production line for my robots. I could do that, though. There are places where both silicon and titanium exist. Maybe. Maybe? Where am I doing that? Where is my titanium is the real question. Where is a big line of titanium next to a decent line of coal? Over here? Up here? If I wasn't already using all the coal? For power? Which I am still okay on, thank God. Over here, maybe? Maybe I just use this silicon? Maybe this silicon continues on its journey to titanium? That's messy? That feels disastrous. This place is so mazy. There's no, like, open space to build in. I want to do it down here, where there's all this open space. But there's no coal down here, which presents a separate problem. I guess I can create coal down here. Given that I'm on the place where cultivators are good. Right? If cultivators are good, how does that change things for the purposes of coal production? One spore pod every 2.3 seconds. Time to do math. 1 divided by 2.33. Repeating, of course. 0.43, basically. Times 1.6. 0.68, basically. So, I'm producing, call it 0.6 spore pods per second from a cultivator on moss out here. 0.6 spore pods per second into a spore press that wants a spore pod every 0.3 seconds. So it wants 3 spore pods a second, and I'm producing 3 spore pods every 2 seconds. No. I'm producing 3 spore pods every 4 seconds. So I want 4 cultivators. Four cultivators for a spore press on moss. Okay. And cultivators, do they need input? They need water. That's a lot of water requirements, actually. Although, being near ice helps. Because this here is 2.6. Which we determined is like just shy of 20. Which can barely not support 2 cultivators. So it'll require 3 water things to support 4 cultivators. 2 plus the extra. What if it's just 2? I don't think that works. Maybe it works. Let me try it. Maybe it's good. Alright, so 2 water extractors. Two cultivators. 4 cultivators. I still don't have metaglass production. I need metaglass for me to do this. Man, why haven't I been making metaglass? Lead and sand. Okay, so where's lead? Literally anywhere there's lead. And there's sand everywhere. Sand is everywhere. Two lead a second and 2 sand a second. Okay, where does... None of this needs to be here, it turns out. So maybe we can use this lead and this sand. 2 lead a second and 2 sand a second. Per kiln. This is 6 sand a second, that's cute. So this will support 3 kilns. This is not enough room. Maybe I can do it from here. And then pipe the sand further in. I just don't need that much, it turns out. With half of this, I can support 3 sand, which is a kiln and a half. Alright, let's just say I'm building a kiln and a half. So 2 kilns. Cool. This is 3. Alright, great. This is also 3. Now we need 2 kilns. Why am I doing it this way? This is a remarkably silly thing that I'm doing. This could be a junction. Cool. That should work. That appears to be working. Fantastic. Alright, they're focused on killing the walls, which, alright, whatever. Enjoy yourselves. Have fun, robots. Oh, they came around from the top. They came from behind! Ooh. Big hits. Okay. So we need to defend this area better. Specifically this area. Let's get a mender in here because there is some damage occurring. And then... what are my options for anti-air? Nope. That's excessive. This hits air. Okay. Fires homing missiles. That's expensive. Nope, not today. Oh, I need Surge Alloy to get the Spectre going? God damn it, that's gonna be a hassle. This can eat graphite. This can eat silicon. Is there silicon up here? Well, eating graphite is good enough. Because that is some defense. Woo! Woo! Look at him go! Actually, let's rally. Let's rally. Let's get the band back together. This is a problem over here. Let's have everybody hang out for a bit. Excuse me, what did I just say? Rally. Rally. Come home. I'm relatively confident that breaking the walls here is not costing me anything. Idiots are still coming across from the top. Okay, so now that I have what? Oh, I was gonna make the oil thing. Let's make the oil thing. We're going to try it with water, water. And then 4 cultivators? 4 cultivators. That's awful. Where am I putting the cultivators is the next question. I guess here. Yeah, we can do this, this. This, this. So that lets me push extractor here and extractor here. Four cultivators, all feeding a spore press. Why are some spots efficiency above 200% based on the ground they're on? So if you look at this, specifically for the cultivators, they are more efficient when sitting atop the little dark purples. So they're 100 off of purple completely. They're 160 on all darker purple. And they're up at like 210 on all light purple, I think. Alright. So we're basically copying this thing. Except we're doing it with less cultivators because the purple. Because the purple. So this now feeds 3 things. 3 coal centrifuges. Liquid router. Liquid router. So this should be 1,000,000 coal now. Then we can do laser drill down here. Multiple laser drill, why not? Each with its own one of these. And now we have coal and titanium. We need silicon and titanium. So let's get some silicon also. Where do I want to put these coal centrifuges? If I could do this, that's probably the way I want to do it. Into a distributor that can distribute. Did I actually enter Sapphire Ridge? Barely. Barely. We fought some bugs. We definitely took Emily into Sapphire Ridge. It was great. It's still great. Emily's a fantastic character. Alright, let's build this. And stuff is going to need power. Let's get on the network. Alright, how am I doing for power? Very negative! Oh no! Oh no! I stopped paying attention to power! Am I just dead in the water? Have I just lost the game now? Is everything over? How am I going to solve this problem? Going to solve this problem. Need to do a thing up here with power. I think we decided with an laser drill and water, of course, we could support 2 of these idiots. Alright, hang on. Let's, disable this stuff down here. We're still very negative. Is this good? Maybe if it ever started working. But I can't, like, manually feed these. Alright, what is being such a... Oh, here's part of the problem. Wow. Now we're way closer to even, which means this can get up and running, which means we're positive again. Barely. What else is a problem? Is everything still a problem? Are all the things still a problem? This happened again. And now we're positive. Okay, good. Well, let's connect this and see if we're still positive. We are, barely. Wow, amazing. Alright, cool. Oh, it's not close enough. Okay. That works, though. Cool. So now I have silicon production and titanium. So let's start building robots. Which is the whole point of this mess. Alright, so we want router, junction, router, junction. Messy. Neat. It's working the way I wanted it to. And we are very negative once again. Blowing through our buffer. Where else is power? Where else does power come from? Oh, I see. Power comes from places where my stuff is not destroyed. So we need to get some anti-air out here. I have let this go for far too long. Build some fuses out here? Would that not solve the problem? That we have the graphite for anyway? Goddamn jerks. This was a multi-press. this? Ooh, the other direction. All of you need a... The Mender is there. Okay, good. And then some Menders. Because Menders. Alright, let's see if that fixes the problem. You're running. We're positive on power, but nothing is stored, which means it's not connected. We're still negative, which means what? First off, there are more problems to fix. Second off, everything looks like it's connected appropriately. And we're positive again. Okay, good. Whew. Oh, they made it in. That's a problem. Thank you, Fortress Mech. Too busy dealing with some of my problems. Forgot that I have other problems. Okay, good. These are still together. That's great. This stuff is still up. I haven't lost anything up here again. Good. I'm even positive on power. Even better. My idiots are assaulting the base. Cool. They're having fun storming the castle. That's ideal. It's time to set up some actual other defenses here, because this is clearly not enough defenses. So what is my next set of defenses? Is it Cyclones? I kind of want it to be Cyclones. It's probably Blast Alloy or Surge Compound. Surge Compound seems likely, because this monster. How do I bring Surge Compound out here? Not doing a lot with my electricity either, right? Like, I could have another couple of Lancers. And that might help. I could get more arcs out here. Arcs might help. And all my air assault forces are just punching walls, because that's fun. More hails seems like a good idea. More hails and ripples. Maybe let's rally. Let's get everybody together. Because we are in overtime. We are in overtime. I don't know. Oh, maybe I do have a schedule. I don't know what my schedule is. I just don't want to leave in the middle of this map. Alright, maybe now go. God, these things are monsters. I need another one of these. They're still alive somehow. That's great. That's thrilling. If you're just gonna sit here and attack things, maybe I just sit here and attack things with you to get this out of the way quicker. Because this is silly, and I want you guys not distracted by these blank walls. Oh, actually, I know how to fix this. And that way I can pay attention to other stuff. I don't know what the other stuff is yet, but I can pay attention to other stuff. Getting Surge Alloy set up? It's probably getting Surge Alloy set up. Which is titanium, silicon, copper, and lead. So maybe down here, this goes into Surge Alloy? Copper and lead? Yeah, maybe. Sure, this can be where Surge Alloy happens. I guess? Why not? And then this needs to go home. That's where this needs to go. This is garbage. I think I can do this. Move this. Okay. Sure. Sure, whatever. Nothing but spaghetti. We about that spaghetti life. Well, the missile machines are doing good work. Good job, missile machines. Good job, all these scenes. Oh god. There's definitely still some things to fight up here. At least it's not more bosses. Yet. It might be time to rally again. Missing a corner on the belt. Might be. Oh, you're right. Yep. So this is 6 coal a second. Which in theory could feed 2 more of these. Because these are a coal and a half a second, right? Swivel arms in Factorio. Nobody should have swivel arms in Factorio. Why am I hating on your swivel arms? Come on, man. Come on. Let's see. We could do it this way. If I was to put in another one of these here, for example, would that work? Could I connect to this? I think I could. Yeah, good. Oh, you need power. Load an entire train full of plates in about 2.5 seconds. Wow. That is... that's a number. That's a number. Maybe rally. Hey, get everybody together. Ah, now the idiots are coming this way. I see. We have broken through a spot, and now, additional problems. Alright. Alright. Sure. Well, do more guns solve the additional problems? It's possible. Let's find out. Enemies. And now I have a surge alloy, which means I can bring out the big guns? Not quite. Eventually. Not yet. Oh no. Oh, I forgot menders. No, I only have the one mender. That's the problem. Found a boss. Mender 2, mend harder. Where's the boss? This is gonna be a problem. Oh, there's 2 of them now! Jesus Christ, why? It's over. It's over. It's probably over. It's probably over. Well, I was a distraction for a while. No, don't shoot the core! No, no, no! I was so close, you guys. I was so close! Oh, disaster. Disaster has struck. Disaster has struck and love is over. Look at that final rank double S, though. Pretty good. 2 bosses. 2 bosses. And I still almost cleared it. I still almost cleared it with 2 bosses. I almost had enough DPS. I almost had enough DACA. Next time. Next time. And there will be a next time. Oh, yes. Rest assured. This is not the end.